School board meeting to order. Candy, please collect the roll.
We'll start the roll of Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
All right.
Mrs. Sealing is absent still. Mr. Hoffman
Yes.
is present at the
Hey,
building. Mr. Winbolt,
Present at Hilltop.
Mr. Updike,
President Hilltop.
Mrs. Mitchell, present at Hilltop. All right.
And Nels? Okay. I didn't hear you say that. First order of business is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
I actually would like to, if it's possible, take the one policy that we kind of updated today. Is there any way we can move that back to a discussion item?
The
The
7.02,
Yeah.
PDCA and BL.
Yeah.
We can discuss it and vote on it today, if you,
Well,
or do you want to give Nell some time?
I have a lot of questions still about it. I talked to Dr. Burke about it earlier today, and then I just went back and read some of the staff policies. And I mean, if you think we can talk about it and then possibly, I don't know, not vote on it tonight, I
That's
have
fine.
a lot of unanswered questions about it.
So we don't have a discussion item on our agenda. We have a couple options. We could move it to a discussion item of our next regularly stated meeting. Add it as a discussion item there.
Greg will be here tonight, so you can discuss it tonight.
Or we
Greg
can,
Goheen will be here tonight if you'd like to move it to a discussion item.
or we can add a discussion item to tonight's agenda.
Well, guys, if it's on as an action item, it doesn't require us to take action. I mean, if no one makes a motion, you know, we can bring it to the next meeting, certainly.
Yeah, we can just leave it where it is, just discuss it and not take action. Thanks,
Okay,
Eric.
that's fine, that's fine.
I'm okay with that. I haven't had a chance to look at the changes from today either.
Been moved to approve the agenda?
Second, motion to approve the agenda?
We don't
Yeah.
have a
Oh, you did?
second.
Okay.
Mr. Hoffman has seconded.
Moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing, Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
6-0 approved.
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good, thank you. Moving on to business with our building presentation from Timber Sage Elementary School. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, Darcy Sly is the interim principal there, and we'll turn it over to Darcy.
Good evening. Thank you. We're going to get our presentation loaded up here. I just want to say that in a normal year, you guys would be joining us in the morning at Timber Sage, and we'd be able to take you around and show you all of the wonderful things that our teachers are doing and that our students are doing. And unfortunately, with the time that we are living in right now, with COVID, we are not able to do that at the buildings. So we thought we would bring the building to you. I could stand up here and talk all day long about the wonderful things going on in our building and the wonderful teachers and students. But really, the heroes and the people that are making the difference in our school, it's not me, it's the students and it's the teachers. And so tonight we want to showcase that. We want to show you what's happening in the classrooms and the things that the teachers are doing with the kids. Right. So starting out with kindergarten, we asked the teachers to pick a student that would like to share what they're learning about this year or what they are currently learning about. And we have a little kindergarten guy here. We'll let him tell you.
I learned about, like, what's 3 plus 3 and, like,
7.7 stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You learned, what else have you learned? What have you been doing in reading?
We have been basically learning some other words.
Yes, good job. What have you done in science?
That's hard for me. That's the hard part.
What have we been learning about in science? A lot of.
So, like, purple, it's yellow and blue mix.
Have you learned that in art?
Yeah.
What about in science? We talked a lot about a bug. What bug? What insect have we talked a lot about?
Bees.
Bees. Good job. Thank you, Bailey.
So in kindergarten, as you heard, they are learning about bees. They're learning about the life cycle of the bee, and they're also learning about the life cycle of plants and pumpkins, and I'm going to show you some pictures here. One of the things that they have fun with every year is apple stamping, so that they cut their apples. It's kind of a whole theme. They'll do tasting of the apples and try to decide which is their favorite, the red, the green, or the yellow apple. And then they also graph that as a class to see which apple is the most popular. And then they take their apples that they were trying and they do patterning that you can see here. A fun activity. Here they're planting and growing radish seeds. It was quite interesting to watch the competition. The competition of the students, as every day when I would go in, they would have to say, look at mine, it's bigger than the next guy's. There were some really rapidly growing radish seeds. I'm not sure where they bought them. Sorting and exploring pattern blocks. In math, for kindergarten students, it's always important to give them time to play with their manipulatives before they use them, because if you don't, then they want to play with them when they're trying to learn with them. And so when they get to the learning stage, they're ready to go. Here they were playing with them and sorting them, so important parts of kindergarten. Here we are learning about the bee life cycle. And the last one, learning about pumpkins and their life cycle as well. We have some very cute masks, as you can see. We're going to move on to first grade. First grade, we did not get a video of them, but we do have a presentation, and I'm going to let Mrs. Konzum take over for this presentation.
Okay, in first grade, here, they're learning about combinations of 10. So in math, they always use a lot of manipulatives, and so the students actually have tubs that sit on their floor, and each student has a baggie with a different manipulative so that they're keeping their own materials. And so they play a game called Penny Plate, and then they took some time to actually write that information down on their rainbow chart here. They're also learning about plants and what they need to survive, so kind of that step up from kindergarten of how plants grow. They're actually taking care of the plants and learning about sunlight and water and all the needs within the soil that plants need to survive. They're learning how to write their numbers. This little boy is filling out a hundreds chart. And they're learning how to retell stories. You can see that they've made it very interactive, where we have a student who has built his own little bridge here for his billy goats, and then he's got the pictures of the billy goats as they go across the bridge to retell the story. And then lastly, each year in first grade, it's kind of neat. They invite the parents to come in as mystery readers, and so each teacher kind of has their own rocking chair. In the past, in years before now, the kids would come back from specials and there'd be somebody sitting in the rocking chair to their backs to them, and they would never know who it was, and then they would turn around as a surprise, and it might be a grandparent or a mom or a dad, and then they would read a story to them. And so they kind of are still keeping this tradition alive, and only this time they're doing it virtually. So when the kids come in, they'll open up a screen and there'll be someone special who will be reading a story to them virtually. So kind of neat that they were still able to continue to do that.
All right, we'll move on to second grade, and before I do that, I apologize, I did not introduce my wonderful instructional coach. This is Lisa Conzum, and she's kind of my right hand at the school. She helps me out with everything that I need. In fact, she's the one that went around and got these pictures for our first and second grade, and so she's the one that is going to present second grade as well.
All right, what the second grade teachers really wanted to showcase was their reading groups this year. In the past, it looked a lot different. They'd have a lot more hands-on centers where the kids have actual books in their hands and papers and things like that, but we're really trying to limit that. And so a lot of it's going online and digital. In the past, the students, we might have had a small handful in the classroom of students who had experience with Google Classroom, but now all of the students are very proficient in it in the classroom. So the teacher has digitally set up a platform, and on that platform, the kids know exactly where to go. They can go in there to read books. They can go in there to do activities. So we're kind of showing some of those centers and what those look like, where they would maybe used to go and do a group here and a group here. They're all staying at their seats, but then they're still getting to rotate through the different educational tools. So this first student on the left is actually retelling the story, the beginning and the middle and the end of the story, but he's able to drag and drop the different parts of the story onto his screen. And then the student in the middle is working on spelling sight words. So in the past, where they would just be writing it on paper, he actually has the alphabet on his screen. He's able to find the sight word and circle it, and then he's able to write on his screen so that he can write out the word because. And then the other picture just shows all of the kids working together on their different centers.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Yeah, just scroll down if you would, please.
So reading groups do look a little bit different, and it'll look different in the different classrooms. Some teachers will actually roll their chair to social distance and sit with a smaller group of kids. They'll work individually with kids on the carpet, but still getting the individual time to listen to kids read and to help instruct them. And then we have this student here who is telling you about all of the things that he's been learning about, and he'll go through odd and evens and number lines and sight words, and he's really super cute, so we hope you enjoy him. And if you'll click on his picture, let me see if it'll work. Learning about in second grade.
I've been learning about, like, even and odds, and, like, we're counting up by, like, these number line things, and there's, like, questions on the bottom, and it tells you, like, 5 plus 5, and we're using, like, the number line to help us, and then we get the right answer. And then what else we're doing? We're doing reading. I'm practicing reading some of my stuff, and I'm doing some stuff like we're learning new sight words. So, well, sometimes I don't know how to spell because I feel like it's B-E-C-A-C-E, but actually B-E-C-C-E. I forget.
That's okay.
And
Second grade, pretty fun.
I've got control over it again. So that's our second grade. As you can see, he was pretty nervous. Need to go to third grade if I could get it to go back up there. I'm not quite sure why I'm losing the mouse. Yeah, can we hit the video right up there? That will introduce it. These are our third graders.
Hi, this is third grade from Timber Sage. This is a slideshow of what we've been working on. Hope you like it.
Now, the kids did get some input on this slideshow. They're getting a little bit older, and so the teachers worked with them as well to figure out what it is that they wanted to share. about what they were learning. So as you can see, we have our third grade teachers there and our students. And then they've been working on a lot of fun science. If you look at the butterfly camouflage, I have been challenged many times in many different classrooms to find all of the butterflies in the classroom. And I kid you not, they are amazing, because if you look at that little teddy bear there, there is a butterfly on there that a kid colored and drew to fit perfectly into that picture. It took me a really long time. They loved stumping me on these. Lots of little artists. They did a writing project, Best Part of Me, which I really love that writing project, because the kids were really able to pick that part of them that is special, that they find that they are different than everybody else. And it was amazing to read their stories. They were hanging up around the classroom. They have an array city there for multiplication. I know in third grade, one of our classes was working on multiplication the other day when I was walking around doing my walkthroughs. And the kids were working really, really hard. And the teacher was working very hard to get them to understand exactly how to do it, our old way, our traditional way, and then the new way. And the kids were kind of flustered, and I sat there and I helped them along with it some. And I said, let's try another one. I think you guys got it now. And so she gave them a more difficult one. And so the next morning, I do morning announcements every morning, and I announced to the school, I said, and by the way, Mrs. Banbeck's multiplication wizards are amazing in there. And you could hear them across from my office. I could hear the kids get all excited. So, just finding those times to call out attention to what the kids are doing and what the teachers are doing. Sunday program has been a very wonderful thing. The kids are doing great. The teachers are loving it. I know at the very beginning of the year, or when I got there, they were still a little hesitant. They weren't quite sure how much they were going to see the gains in students, and they just didn't have that I've got it and it's going to work really attitude yet. They just weren't sure. And it didn't take long, and every teacher that I talked to is just like, this is amazing. The gains that we're seeing the kids have is just amazing. And so from kindergarten clear up to fifth grade, we're seeing wonderful things with Sunday. So thank you for that. And they had antonym charades there too, showing hot and cold. All right, let's go on. Thank you. Fourth grade. This is a young man that was that's going to talk to you about Genius Hour.
Yeah. I'm doing Genius Hour, and I decided to work on computers and be able to fix them. And I chose them, and right now I'm looking at all the different codes. Yeah.
Genius Hour is a fun thing for these kids. They get to pick a topic that they're interested in, and they research it, and then they figure out a way that they're going to share what they have learned with their class. It could be a PowerPoint. It could be just them getting up and talking. It could be a written piece of a paper that they share with their class. But here's some more pictures of fourth grade. There's reading time. Once again, you see another reading group. Reading groups, are looking a little different. And this here is actually writing with a published author. The teacher had contacted an author and set up a Zoom call. And so it was actually a writing lesson done with this author. So the kids were writing during that time. And then here's some more pictures of Genius Hour that you can just see different things that kids were studying and working on. Some were still doing their research. This young lady was doing something with art that she was learning about, and color and lines. All right, we'll go to fifth grade, and I have some fifth grade teachers here tonight. I have Patty Browers and Shelby Thomas.
Hi, I am Sadie Dickey from Miss Thomas's fifth grade class. We are learning lots of new things in fifth grade. In social studies, we are learning about Native Americans. In math, we are learning about fractions, and in reading, we are working on sequencing and suffixes.
All right. So, obviously we're very happy to be in school and to be able to see our students. Things are different, but I will say that my students, and I can speak, I think, for all of our students, are just happy to be there. We're happy to be together in any way that we can. And so
really things other than masks and social distancing are kind of business as usual. You know, we are learning about Native Americans, which has been, you know, obviously it's a fifth grade standard, but it's been a project that's been around. And our students are able to essentially do the project very similarly. They are, because of technology and Google slides, they're able to work collaboratively on a slideshow with other classmates, but from their own desks, which has been nice. Of course, for the actual dioramas, those have to be done independently since we don't want them, you know, sharing supplies. But overall, pretty similar, and they're enjoying that. And then in math, you know, we're learning about division and connecting division with fractions, and doing some really cool story problems where they have to figure out, okay, if I have 32 water bottles and this carrier holds 6 water bottles, how many carriers am I going to need to hold all the water bottles? And really talking through those problems. Yeah, anyway, it's been a good start to the year.
So for reading, just like everyone else, our reading centers do look a little bit differently this year. We are doing lots of things on technology, but as you can see, we are still having students do some handwritten work. We work on different skills from the week during our reading center. So in this picture, they're working on suffixes. We also work on things like sequencing, and this week we're working on theme. And we don't have science up there because we're not working on science right now. But coming up in science, we'll be working on different science fair projects and kind of going through the process of testing hypotheses and different things like that.
Thank you, ladies. And then we, of course, have our specials classes. And I just have just some slides from our different classes here. This first couple of slides are from STEM, and the kids absolutely love STEM. They cannot wait until they get to go into that classroom and create and learn and build things with their hands. I know one not this last week, but the previous week, they were making catapults and other things, and there's no more fun than being able to shoot something across the room with a catapult at school, I think. 3D printer is definitely a big winner in the classroom. All the kids want to get up there and watch that happen. In art, of course, we're taking time drawing, and like I think it was Patty said, it's kind of business as usual. You know, we're still getting by, and the kids are not sharing supplies, but they're doing what they normally do. PE, we're distancing and playing those games like we would normally. Of course, we do have to alter them some. Music, I don't know if you follow our Facebook or not. Our music teacher had a brilliant idea, I think, this year. She came to me and she goes, "Can I go to Home Depot and purchase buckets?" And I was like, for what? And she's like, "Well, I want to use them as drums and seats." And I was like, "You bet, let's do it." So the kids sit on them when she's teaching, and then they're also learning to find the beat of a song with drums, using them as drums as well. So they're multi-purpose. In library, just recently, last week, we had a virtual author join us. Our 4th and 5th grade got to take part in that. They've been reading the book. The library used funds, I believe it was scholastic funds, and she purchased a book for each 4th and 5th grade student from this author. And they've been reading it, and she will send questions to them through Google Classroom, and then the author zoomed in with them on Friday, and the kids really enjoyed that as well. So it's been fun watching them. And the last one is connecting families. We've worked really hard. We're still brainstorming, trying to figure out ways that we can include our students that are optional remote learners along with our learners at school, and ways that we can continue to make them feel like they're part of our school even though they are learning from home. And so we have a couple of slides here that Lisa is going to share with you as well.
So for student council, we have our 5th and 4th grades run, and 5th graders are the only ones that can be president, but we offered this out to our optional remote students as well as our in-house students. And so they all created their videos and their posters, and the kids voted on them, and we actually have our president is an optional remote student, so it's pretty exciting. Their meetings will all be Zoom meetings, and they're kind of still working out the kinks and kind of what they want this to look like, since it is new, but it's nice to have that involvement and to make sure that they're all feeling like they're a part of the school. So we showed you pictures of all of our kids. If you were to walk into our building, what it would look like, but we also have these kids who are working from home too, so we wanted to make sure that we shared their learning with you as well too. So we have some pictures of some of our remote learners. And we recently had celebrated Red Ribbon Week this week, so today everyone wore red. So those were our 2 students who, from home, were also participating in our Red Ribbon Week. PTO is also working really hard with our school to involve our optional remote students as well. Generally, we have a bingo night where families get to come in and we get to play games, and there's treats and snacks and prizes. And so they've been working together with Mrs. Sly and coming up with an idea to do a virtual bingo night to where everything will be at home. So they've kind of discussed that a possibility of maybe having the teachers do the calling from the school. You can kind of pop in.
Dressed up in costume.
So it'll be super fun way to involve everybody in our school. PTO restaurant nights is also another great way to involve everybody in the school, both remote and here. Fundraising is going to be really tricky this year, so it's something that they're really pushing. In fact, our first night is going to be Thursday at Culver's, and so a portion of that money, obviously we're helping out the community, but then it does come back to our schools too. So those are the 4 different places. I think Papa Murphy's is on there, Chipotle, and then Chick-fil-A. And then another great idea that Ms. Slay has had working together with our PTO is that our optional remote students are missing out on getting to be a part of our class parties this year. So PTO is donating to our school, and they're giving us a sweet snack, a salty snack, and a drink. But then they're also going to be making little goodie bags for the kids. And then after school on Friday, our optional remote students have the option of coming dressed in their costumes in their cars so that the teachers can wave to them and they can pick up their goodie bag and then also their red ribbon from this week. So again, we're really working on trying to keep those connections made so that when the kids do come back, they still feel like they're a part of our community, regardless of whether they're away or they're here. So we have our weekly Ranger report that goes out. Mrs. Sly's been putting out to keep everybody informed and in the loop of what's going on. We just finished up conferences, which was virtual, and I think from what I heard from all of the teachers, it went really, really well. They liked the fact that parents would come right in the waiting room, and so they would know when that person was ready, they'd be able to go on to the next one. And a lot of parents said how they liked that they didn't have to get a babysitter, they didn't have to drive in. So it was really neat to have those conversations. Some of the personal touches, I think they still felt, you always like that in-person communication, but it seemed like everything went really, really well. Facebook is another way we've been getting information out. If you haven't seen Timber Sage's Facebook page yet, I would highly recommend going and checking it out. Ariel Jankard, who is our STEM teacher, has been working on getting videos put out, and so it's a good way because parents can't come into our buildings right now. It's a great way for them to be able to see what we're doing. And so she's really done a good job working hard at getting that put out on Facebook and Twitter. And then we also have our district website where you can go to see the teacher's classroom.
So yeah, the Connecting Families, and as Lisa said, if you haven't seen our Facebook, I cannot take credit for that. I did, I think, one post, and one of my first staff meetings, I asked the staff, I said, so if you have a special talent that I don't know about, or a way that you would like to help out, please come and see me and let me know. And Ariel came into my office and she says, I love doing Facebook. I did that where I was at before, and Twitter. And I was like, you're it. Thank you very much. And she has surpassed my wildest dreams. She really is very talented in that area, and I appreciate everything that she does. She's making us look good. We are good, but she makes it so everybody else can see it. All right, so let's see. I'm trying to run this, but it's not going to let me. Can you scroll down just a little bit? So here's our wonderful staff, a few shots that Ariel had gone around and taken a picture of when we were wearing our 0 Reasons Why t-shirts. The one thing that I have to say about this staff is they come together and they help each other out all the time. Anytime I ask for help, or if I ask, hey guys, let's have a quick meeting, let's talk about something, they're all there. They're willing to take the time and they're willing to put in the effort to do what's right and what's best for the kids. They don't worry about, oh, you know, I should be leaving now. That's not on their radar, and I don't keep them late, but they're willing to step in and do whatever it takes, and I appreciate that. They're a fun bunch. They get along well with each other. They like to have fun together, and that shows when they're working with the kids. If you go to a place where people are not happy with each other, you can tell that. It's just the vibe that you get when you walk into the door. The very first day that I was there, I could tell that this was a very special place. Very special teachers. They're working hard. They have these kids. They have our kindergartners. The kindergartners will come in. They'll get their little bins out. They'll do their morning work on their little sheets. And then they open up their iPads and they take a picture of what they're doing and they put it on Seesaw. And I'm like, these are little 5-year-olds doing this. This is amazing. And so it's just been so much fun watching the progression of how they're growing. And I can tell you, after being at the middle school for a couple of years, seeing all of these kids, like Lisa said, we have second and third graders that are getting very proficient at using Google Classroom. And that is a platform that they use at the middle school. And I've watched sixth graders struggle with that. And so now I just think, oh my gosh, we're going to be so far ahead of that ball game. So it's exciting. We have one last picture. We all came together. There you go. In the library and this was last Friday when we were celebrating breast cancer awareness. So that I just said, anybody that wants to be in the picture, come down. And you can see they took time on a Friday afternoon. This was pretty late because I was late coming in from car duty, and they were all there. And they're like, yeah, I want to be in it. So they're a fun group. They work their tails off. They do what's best for kids every single day, and I appreciate that. So, do you guys have any questions?
I got a quick question. So you talked about the 3D printer. Give us an example of something that they print using the 3D printer.
Honestly, that was a picture that I had seen. I didn't even know that she had used it yet. So she is creating some things. I know that I have asked her if she would like to work on making some stands for our kindergarten iPads, because some of the kindergarten iPads do not, their flip case does not actually support the iPad to stand up. And so she is going to be working with our older group of our fifth graders to make little stands for those iPads so that those kids can put their iPads in a stand and do their work from.
That's very cool.
It's really exciting to see how you guys adapted to the changes that were forced at you and how well it's working. The Zoom with the author, I don't know would we have thought of that before Zoom was the thing? That's
I was
awesome.
thinking about that same thing.
Isn't that
because
neat?
I know with PTO in the past, we paid for author visits and it's like $1,500 to get an author to come in, and what a great idea. And
Yeah.
so,
It's still expensive.
Yeah, I would say it is still not free, but it is exciting for those kids. We've had 2 already within the last month, so.
I think, was it the Wolf Creek or one of the meetings they were talking about, there were some difficulties with the kids hearing through the masks. Have you guys had any breakthroughs or anything that you figured out that's helping with that?
No, not yet. I do know, I see that as well in the classrooms at times. You know, it is hard for the teachers to project through their masks at times, especially for the primary teachers, where it's very important that the children hear the exact pronunciation of words. That can be a difficult thing. So we're still working on that.
Okay, that's hoping. Keep figuring it out as we
Yeah.
go. Thank you.
I too am just so impressed with the things that you guys have done. This is some of my favorite nights when you guys come and tell us. Thank you to the teachers for taking your time out tonight too, both of you. I think it's exciting to see, and I have heard so many great things about Timber Stage. I mean, having a third grader at Prairie Creek, but we're on the same sports teams, and those kids have been so excited about the things happening at Timber Stage and want to tell us about it all the time. They're really excited about Stuco. I heard about that a lot. Yes. And just how, so I'd heard about some butterfly things, so that made sense. So, and they do love to stump you. They were trying to brainstorm that night what they could do.
I'll be like, we've moved them around, Mrs. Fly. Like, oh, yay.
Yeah, and the Facebook page is fantastic. I love being able to see that too, so kudos to her. Please pass that along.
I will. She does a great job.
Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to the first site council meeting Wednesday.
It's
Yes.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
I just did one thing I wanted to say, and it really speaks to everything that you've talked about tonight, to the teachers, instructional coaches, you as a principal, Darcy, is something that I think is just absolutely incredible, and something that I had really hoped we would see as we work through this, is that I can tell, and I have this sense, that not only do you have a passion for education, but you're teaching our students and coaching the students in our district. You said down to the second grade, they're gaining these skills, but you're teaching and coaching empowerment. You're teaching and coaching resilience. And I think beyond just what they're learning in a book or learning online, I think those are the skills that you're starting at the elementary school level that will last them a lifetime, and it will help them when they meet the next challenge in their life. They'll be able to look back on this as a kindergarten, first grade through fifth grade, whatever it is, and understand that they can be resilient, they can continue to learn, and they can see situations that could potentially be turned very, very negative, and say, what can I do? I can take action, I can be empowered, I can look at this from a learning perspective, in being agile about how I respond. I think that, to me, that's the message that I got from you this evening, is just how much emphasis you're placing on, let's see how we can turn this into a positive. Let's see how we can expand our knowledge and understanding on how to address and how to cope and how to move these situations into a positive light. So I'm truly appreciative of all the work that you do and just the outcomes that you're already talking about. You said, a second grader doing Google Classrooms. I mean, would that have even been an expectation 10 months ago? And yet, you didn't ask them to do that. They're learning it on their own, and I think that comes from staff, teachers, administration, sending the narrative that you're empowered to make your own choices about how you perceive this situation. So congratulations on all these successes. It's an amazing presentation, amazing things you're doing out there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to business with individuals. Candy?
We received no cards.
No cards? Okay, moving on to the consent agenda, which includes approval of the consent agenda, approval of the minutes from the October 12th special meeting, approval of the minutes from the October 12th regularly stated meeting, the clerk's report, treasurer's report, payroll and claims, personnel, and early graduations. Any discussion, conversation?
Just have one question about, early graduations, not about like individual names or anything like that, but do we have more than last year? Or, cause we had some last meeting and then some this meeting, or is it about the same, or?
I started to say, it's about the same. We usually, I would say, anywhere between 15 and 20, 25. And as we grow, we're gonna probably see more of those. So it's
But
about
you
the
didn't see like this huge explosion because of what's going on with the.
the numbers have been steadily going up for quite a few years.
I saw more graduating a year early instead of just a semester. That's what I saw. I don't think I've ever seen a year early till this year. There's
Yeah.
2 or 3.
Well, but the way we do English now with literature instead of English 4, you can actually move that ahead pretty quickly. So as a percentage of the students, I would imagine it's less, just because of we have, 50, 60 more students in this class than last year. So as a percentage, it's probably less so far.
Yeah, some of the people who set up to graduate early, for a year early, they're giving themselves the opportunity. So
they might end up.
they might not. I know specifically one that I talked to that they want to kind of give the second semester, and they want to see if things are going to change. So if next year, their senior year, is more in-person and less remote and that sort of thing, they're probably going to come back. If not, they're probably going to go on to college. So I know that's at least one. I can't speak for the others, but I do know there's one in there like that.
Do you think it has anything to do with the adding more AP courses and that kind of thing to keep kids here, kind of helps with that too? Or not necessarily?
I wouldn't know about that. Is Mark on the Zoom call? Mark Williams?
It's on.
No,
I
he's
don't-
not.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. There's an activity
That's
night.
okay.
I do know that we have more AP classes, but I don't know that we have that many more overall college classes. Because in order to pick up some of the AP classes, we lost some of the college now classes.
Thanks.
Any other discussion or questions, comments on the consent agenda?
Mr. President, I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second the motion to approve.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as stated. Any final discussion or comments? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll begin the vote with Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell, Mr. Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
6-0 passed.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to action items. Action item 7.01, Dayton Creek Elementary School sidewalk change order. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, Tim is our Director of Construction, and we're going to turn it over to Tim to let him visit with you about this.
All right, I'm trying to delay doing this because it's one thing I probably hate doing more than anything is to come to you guys with a change order like this. You know, we've been very lucky over the years that we've been doing this not to have any large change orders we've had to bring to the board, in the last couple of years, so, or last couple of bond issues really to speak of, so. I'm before you tonight with a change order for sidewalks around Dayton Creek. This is and I'll give you the background, basically, the coordination between our engineer and the engineer McClure, which is Schlegel, and McClure Engineering, who is the city, Dr. Vince's engineer, who's doing the city streets for the city of Spring Hill. As they were coordinating, they did not include sidewalks in that. Normally, it would have been on us to build the sidewalks because it's the builder of the property puts the sidewalks in unless it's a major collector street, such as a Lindenwood or something like that, or those type of big thoroughfares is where the city normally would put those in because you don't have construction going on over the top of them like you do in a residential area. So it was left out, and so we've exhausted all routes. We've tried to look for somebody that can pay for it other than us. We've talked to the city to make sure they didn't include it somewhere in there, and we're just overlooking it. We went back and looked at our contractor, Dr. Vince, to make sure when we bought the land, we did not include the sidewalks, and the sidewalks were not part of it. The roads were, but the sidewalks were not. The utilities that he's still got to bring and stuff are part of it, but so they're ours to pay for. So the one good thing about this change order is it's a value-added change order, meaning we're not paying for something we've already paid for. Sometimes change orders are something you put in and it didn't work, and then you tear it out and you're not adding value to it. This is what we consider a value-added change order. And so my recommendation for the board would be to ask you to approve the 6-foot perimeter sidewalk. And the city only requires a 4-foot perimeter sidewalk. Most municipalities now are requiring at least a 5-foot sidewalk. We do 6-foot sidewalks. Everything inside on our property is 6 foot because that is what we need to use the machinery we use to clear the sidewalks with. If we go down to 5 foot, then the machinery will get off the sidewalk a lot easier and will do a lot of damage to turf and stuff like that around it. So we're recommending the 6-foot sidewalk, and at the cost of $60,765 for it's right at 2,025 linear feet of sidewalks.
And Tim, I believe we budgeted a little over $59,000 for this. So we did budget for this, didn't we?
We did, no,
Oh, we did.
the 59,000 is what J.E. Dunn's initial estimate was for it.
Oh, okay.
That was just a quick takeoff. We've held that number. We've been carrying it in my back contingency pocket to make sure we always have that on a spreadsheet that we keep that says this is possible contingencies that we can foresee. So it is it's about $1,000 more than that, but that was basically just them taking a quick on their computer, just taking a quick Google map and tracing it off basically, and so this is the exact footage we needed.
So it's about 20,000 square foot of concrete?
It's
12 plus 8-ish.
12,153 square foot. It's 2,025 linear feet, 6 foot wide, so 12,153.
Plus the 8,000 for the 4-foot sidewalk?
No, we're not doing the 4 foot.
Oh, you're just doing one?
We're just doing the one.
I missed
So
that, sorry.
this is all 6 foot, yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's the choices.
That's the two choices. We could have done the 4 foot and met the city requirement, but.
Okay. One other question, a little off topic. Do we do anything different now with our concrete so we don't have the deterioration we saw at the high school?
We do, the MC&B concrete, which instead of having local limestone, concrete's still gonna crack. You're still gonna have some of that just because of the nature of concrete. You'll still find a crack here or there, but instead of using the local limestone, they're actually importing marble, granite, hard rocks from Colorado is where most of it comes from now, so.
So it shouldn't crumble like what we saw?
Shouldn't be as likely to crumble because a lot of that comes because you're using a softer limestone gravel in it, so. With the chemicals we put down nowadays though, and that's our biggest problem is the chemicals we put down for sidewalks to keep them, so everybody can walk in on a dry sidewalk, so. To be effective, there are some ones that they say will not hurt, even the ones that most all your ice melts say that, but if you put them down sufficiently to truly melt fast enough is what you need to, they have a deteriorating factor. I know Kylie's been working here lately in the last couple of years. He's been trying to spray some of the sidewalks down with a sealer that's supposed to help with some of that as well, so that's some things we're trying to do to mitigate a little bit of that, so. We're not really doing a lot of the perimeter sidewalks with them because we don't put near the ice melt on the ones like along a roadside or whatever as we do the ones up close to the building, and that's where you're gonna usually see the worst looking sidewalks is up close to the building because that's where we put the most chemical to keep them melted. But yeah, it's.
A comment and then a question. First, I disagree that we've been lucky to not have change orders. I think that comes from great management by you and Phil and Kylie and our contractors, and I think it's something you've been very proactive in, and we should acknowledge that and appreciate that. I don't think it has anything to do with luck. I think it's from proactive management on your part and our contractors' part. The second, my question is it says it excludes winter conditions, rough grading, stone base, unreinforced concrete. What exactly do they mean by that?
For the, and so if we decide to pour it in December which we won't be doing, we'll wait till spring probably end up doing this. We were gonna try to get it in before then, but, Water One is still lagging behind on getting their stuff done. We want to be ready in case we do hit a time frame when we can do it before then, but that would be added chemicals in that for the winter conditions or the blanketing, of the sidewalks and stuff like that. All of that adds on to it. Rough grading is already supplied by other people.
Okay.
Stone base, normally we pour this stuff on, right on the, dirt. The only time we use a stone base is if it's a little bit out of level, and sometimes they choose to do that instead of the fine grading. They still have to do the fine grading on it, so that would be, the rough grading is what we pay our earthwork contractor to do, so. And unreinforced concrete, just means that there will not be steel in this, which we don't do in sidewalks in general around the perimeter like that, so. There won't be any wire mesh or rebar in this, so.
It says it excludes unreinforced concrete.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that may be a typo in the way they put it in.
Okay. Could you check on that before you? Any other questions or comments for Tim on?
In general, your unreinforced concrete is gonna be cheaper than reinforced concrete, so like I said, I think they probably got that.
Yeah, it comes back to Brent's question about how do you keep it held together too,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
so, any other questions or comments on this change order?
This will come out of contingency. Right now, we have, $358,031 in our contingency. I don't see much more coming out of that, so that'll take it down to 298 or 297 and some odd cents, in our contingency. I see us at the end of the project having most of that contingency left, plus a little bit of, other allowances for weather and stuff we didn't have to use, and we got gas to the building today. So the meter's supposed to be set later in the week to early next week, and so we'll have temporary heating going on in the building. We've been doing a little electric right now, but, we won't have to be bringing in some other temporary heat measures. So, most of our costs that we're trying to mitigate, with that allowance, will be there. So we'll have a few allowances. So we're setting very nicely on this building to finish up, I believe, well under budget, keeping most of the rest of contingency in mind, so.
Nice words to hear. This is an action item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the change order in the amount of $60,765 for the 6-foot perimeter sidewalk at Dayton Creek Elementary School.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the change order for Dayton Creek Elementary School sidewalk, as discussed. Any final discussion or questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
approved, 6-0.
Okay, moving on to action item 7.02, board policies, KDCA and BL. Dr. Burke?
KDCA is the fundraising and use of the district name or logo. If you remember, we just basically wanted to have the ability that if somebody is out there using our district name or logo, if it's in an inappropriate way, or someone who's making what we consider a significant amount of money off of that, we would like to be able to be able to get money off of our district name and logo. Again, as I said at the last meeting, this is not to go to a PTO that's, selling T-shirts or things like that. But there are some larger companies that might be using some of this stuff, and we feel like if they're using that our name or our logo, that we should monetarily benefit from that. So that's where KDCA comes. Do you have any questions about KDCA?
I just only have one question about that, and that's, kind of how is this, or is this really gonna be communicated to people? Would there be like a form or something on the website, or how will that be handled?
We have a form that Misty Etchison has been working on, and basically it is, it talks about what it is that you want to do, why you want to do it, what kind of cost that you're putting out there, and then a picture of it. We want to see it. So, we're gonna make it as simplistic as it can be for people, and so that it's not a big burden, but yeah, we have that worked out.
So this would be like the teams that are doing spiritware type orders, they would submit to you what they're hoping to do, like for instance, the football team was just selling spiritware and all of the proceeds that go back to the football team. They would just submit that, or if they're doing fan cloth, they would submit the things they've chosen with fan cloth.
Yeah.
Or any of the PTOs. I'm not aware of any, maybe there's businesses making, I don't know of them, but.
I've seen a couple of things. One time I saw somebody running for an office that used the school logo on their signs, their campaign signs, which was probably not a good idea. And then, I've also seen, where, because we kind of get the information at the chamber sometimes, where a company will kind of say they're working with the school, and then they'll solicit businesses to put all this advertising on, say like T-shirts, and then they just, I mean, I've talked to Jeff Miller about it in the past, they'll just ship all these T-shirts to the school for the cheerleaders to throw out. And they didn't really get approval, they didn't really talk to anybody, and then when they have them, they go ahead and throw them out, because what are you supposed to do with them? But it's kind of a manipulative way to sell something and sell advertising, so.
And they make an incredible amount of money compared to the T-shirts that they give us. So, a few years ago, actually this is probably more than a few years ago, but there was a person that was at the Fall Festival that was making some shirts that had some very derogatory things on it. And it had our logo on it, and so I stopped and talked to that person and asked if they had permission to do that, and they didn't realize that they were supposed to ask. So,
The official logo is like the horse, the bucking bronco type horse, and then Spring Hill High School or Woodland.
right,
Right.
most of the logos are ours that somebody has made or created, except for the Spring Hill Bronco. And if you go in to buy that, or if you're gonna go buy something and use that Bronco, it is actually called a Mustang, and so that's out in the public, so we really don't own that. But if somebody takes that Mustang and puts Spring Hill High School on it, we do own that. We do own the Spring Hill High School.
Because it says Spring Hill High School, I
Right.
gotcha.
Not the horse, but the actual school name.
The word, Spring Hill High School, gotcha. Yeah.
This also allows you to coordinate fundraising events so that you don't have multiple events going on simultaneously.
Right, that was something that the board talked to, Gary Howard about in the past, about coordinating it, and, you know, people don't wanna all get hit with buying food at the same time, or buying, the same kind of snack, things like that. Gives us a chance to coordinate.
One of the things, and then I mean, COVID kind of stopped so many things. But one of the things I know that Gary and I had talked about at the end of last year, before all of this happened, was just involving the students, like the art department. Maybe they could come up with something, the printing department, to see if we could keep it more in-house, but make it a student-led, it's their school, so what would they like to have? So hopefully we can get back to that.
And I do know that I believe Mr. Ranking got the ability to make T-shirts.
Right, yeah.
And so.
So that's what we were talking about, like maybe like in the art department, they could create it, in marketing, in classes that are talking about marketing, they could talk about that, like make it a whole coordinated effort that the school is selling. But the question was if the equipment bot could keep up with the volume that could potentially be ordered. So, but I still think it would be a great idea to involve the student body in that. I mean, there's all kinds of lessons in that, so.
Yeah, in the past, the other thing is when we do our wellness T-shirt every year, that the design is made by a student.
Mm-hmm.
And so it'd be nice that start to finish, the design is made by students, and then it's printed by the department, and then we're able to get that out. So
any questions on KDCA policy?
And Greg Goheen is here, and I know you said that earlier you had some questions about, policy BL.
Would it be possible to go ahead and move for approval of the KDCA?
Sure.
Okay, so Mr. President, I move that we approve policy KDCA, fundraising and use of district name and logo.
Is your mic on?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry. Did you hear that?
I just, in case Eric couldn't hear.
Loud and clear.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve, policy KDCA fundraising and use of district name or logo. Any final conversation? Discussions, comments? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
6-0 approved.
And policy BL, we have Greg Goheen, and so he is your attorney, so I'll let Greg explain to you or answer whatever questions that you have about policy BL.
Tell I used to sit in the back when I was a kid at school, right? It's the best way to social distance. Wayne I talked to Wayne about this policy BL to try to fill a bit of a gap that you guys have in your policies. I actually talked to KSB about it a little bit as well. When we did the modifications to your board policy, particularly, I think it ended up being AH for you guys or AC, that was the non-discrimination policy, which also ties in with the anti-bullying policies and some of your other stuff. Well, a lot of that is targeted toward staff members and students, and you've got very robust policies that deal with those types of things in the context of your student section of the policies, which is the J section, and the personnel policies, which is the G section. But one of the gaps we noticed is that in the context of board members who are also agents of the school district, you're not covered by your own policies. And a good way to sort of explain what some of those concerns might be is it would be just as much a violation of the district's policies and put the district on in a situation where they could have some liability or exposure if a board member had a situation where they were involved, for example, in an inappropriate relationship with a student, as it would if a staff member was. And not having a policy in effect that covers all agents of the district would not comply fully with Title IX, and so we wanted to make sure it got brought under that umbrella and made sure that was clear. And then looking at some of the other things as well, again, the board members are mandatory reporters, just like any other employee of the school district. Wanted to make that clear so there was no concern or you never had a situation where a board member became aware of, say, a abuse or neglect situation involving the student or a minor and didn't report that to DCF, which is required by state law. Again, wanted to make sure the district policy covered those types of things. So if a board member gets a complaint, receives a concern, becomes aware of those types of things, we wanted to tie that in and make sure the board members were aware that they had those obligations, and also to make sure that the board's policy covered, conduct of the board, and made sure it swapped that in. One of the concerns that Wayne and I talked about this afternoon is relating to how to get that reporting mechanism. And I was the one who came up with the language of just having that report go to the superintendent. The idea being what I was trying to do was funnel a complaint from a board member back into the complaint process, which is KN, the district's complaint process. That's pretty easy when it's an administrator, a janitor, a teacher that gets the complaint. They know to report it to their supervisor, and that's kind of how it goes. But with board members, if you got a complaint or concern, we weren't sure how to make sure that got funneled back into your KN policy. So the revised language that I did this afternoon changes from just concerns being reported to the superintendent. It's the last paragraph on the revised policy that says, board members should direct individuals with a complaint or concern to the lowest possible certified or administrative level. So, for example, if a parent or teacher or somebody comes to you as a board member and makes a complaint, the first thing you're supposed to do is sort of redirect and say, hey, did you talk to your building principal? Did you talk to whatever supervisor might be involved? And then secondarily, if you have complaints or concerns involving any alleged violation of federal or state law, regulations, district policies, those types of things, those should all be referred to the superintendent to be handled in accordance with board policy KN,
or other applicable board policy. The other applicable board policy is, for example, you adopted, board policy K, I think it's NA, which deals with food service complaints. So that's a specific one that had to be adopted for the, USDA. And if you go to your board policy KN, which is the one that you've adopted earlier this summer, just so you guys know, it already says whenever a complaint is made directly to a board as a whole or a board member as an individual, it will be referred to the administration for study, investigation, and possible resolution. If the complaint is against the superintendent or a board member, an investigating officer will be appointed by the board to do that investigation. And then it says all other complaints would be investigated by the superintendent or designee. Designee is typically your Title IX compliance coordinator, or could be a building principal, depending upon what the situation is and what's going on. Or could be another administrative personnel if it's a, say, buildings and grounds complaint as opposed to a complaint about a student or some other personnel. So the purpose and goal here was to try to get everything tied back in so it flowed and we didn't have any gaps in the policy, which I perceived that we did have before we came up with this procedure or policy. So questions, and I know, Ms. Mitchell, I know you had a complaint or concern at least at one point about, well, does this mean if somebody comes to me and says, hey, I'm concerned about like the tax levy or the mill levy that's going to you as a politician really or as an elected officer? That's not what this is supposed to be about. This is about things that people are coming forward and complaining about things that are violations or concerns of other board policies or regulations or things that apply to the school, particularly to student staff, things like that.
Okay, so that was one thing that I kind of had with the way it was originally written.
Right.
And so, I mean, obviously our complaints policy is 19 pages long, so it's pretty thorough.
Yeah.
But you know how this is worded, like a complaint or a concern, that's what kind of got me a little bit, because it's one thing like if you're not really working in the community or you're not really around people in the community that much, but I mean, I'm around people in the community all the time, so I'm very hesitant to want to approve a policy that's going to put me in a situation where every day I got to call Dr. Burke and tell him about something that somebody said or a current concern somebody had, because a lot of times it's just people being people and talking or whatever. So, but, so I'm not sure that wording is still super clear, but I'm probably okay with that part of it. And really, I kind of have to apologize because I didn't, at the last meeting, I really wasn't thinking probably as much about this as I should have. And then one of the other board members asked some questions that Dr. Burke sent us, and then I started looking at it a little closer, and then I was kind of like, it really almost kind of opened a can of worms for me. Sure. Because the part about board members are governed in their conduct by the same policies that apply to staff. Then I started looking through the staff policies, and I just think the wording needs to be much more clear in that, because there's a staff conflict of interest policy. Well, we already have conflict of interest things that we need to sign, and I didn't have the time to look and see if those were the same or different. Right. And then there's a bullying by staff policy. There's a communicable diseases policy that staff members have to report when they have communicable diseases. Is that our conduct or our behavior? There's an ethics one. We already have an ethics statement in our board handbook. Are those the same? There's and then there's some that are more obviously specific to employees about supervision by the superintendent. There's a suspension thing. There's staff-student relations. There's non-school employment. There's all these policies. I'm like, if these, the other one was gifts by staff members or gifts to staff members. I mean, when we go to like a KASB and there's people handing out stuff, well, then does that mean that falls under our, I guess, our behavior or whatever? There's even like a staff, like what they're supposed to wear, clothing.
And,
so I'm
and,
like,
and there were two ways to go. Let me back up to the one on the concerns first. And the reason I used the word concerns instead of complaints is because I didn't want this is the biggest trouble we ever see in any kind of litigation we're defending, where a kid, for example, has complained to somebody about bullying or harassment, right? And the issue is, once you're in the litigation, you find out the kid has been complaining about it for an extended period of time, but the people that he's complaining about it to, or she's complaining about it to, don't recognize that it's a complaint.
Gotcha.
So I didn't want people getting hung up on the word complaint and thinking that means it has to be a
Formal,
written,
the
formal
formality.
complaint. So that's why I used the word concern.
Okay.
And I didn't want that filter to be at the front end of the process. So if a concern comes to you, and I know you don't want to, you know, I know people get complaints or concerns, or people bring stuff up all the time, but the nuance there is that you've got to understand that when you're a board member, just like Dr. Burke is, you are an agent of the district. And if somebody brings you a concern offhanded that says, hey, my son Timmy's getting bullied or harassed in the, you know, one of the elementary schools, that's a report of that complaint to the school district. And whether it's an off-the-cuff concern, or somebody you met at the grocery store, or somebody who's been a friend for a long period of time, and they're not really thinking about you as a board member, it doesn't matter. You still are an agent of the school district. That still has to be reported and investigated in that context. So I'm not trying to overwhelm you with, oh, every little concern or every gripe that everybody ever brings, I got to come in. There's some discretion you're going to have to recognize with it. But what I didn't want to have happen was to have the board, or an employee for that matter. So when I do trainings, and we talk to like particularly lower level employees like janitors, food service workers, things like that, we make it very clear they've got that obligation to bring that complaint or concern forward if they hear about it, and not compartmentalize it as, well, you know, they said that, but I don't know if that's really the case or that's really true. So that's the caution there. The other thing, there's two ways you guys could go about doing this, and I tried to do it in a manner to just encompass the staff policies and just say, look, if there's staff policies that apply, they apply equally to the board. So, you know, you guys have the obligation to not bully the students just like a staff member would. There is no bullying policy for board members. We could create one, just like you guys have a separate policy for students, and I think there's like an anti-smoking policy for students, patrons, and staff members across the board, which is kind of a little silly to have three policies prohibiting the same thing. So what I was trying to do, at least, was to say, look, all these prohibitions of conduct, to the extent they don't have a specific one that applies to the board, are ones that would apply to school board members as well. So that was the avenue I tried to go at, rather than trying to recreate a new bullying policy for board members, or a separate, you know, ethics policy or whatever it might be. And to the extent you have an ethics policy that's adopted in your handbook or as a part of a board policy, that would apply specifically to the board and would preempt or govern over the one that would apply to employees. But I was just trying to make sure, I was trying to get something that wasn't too wordy and was not something that was going to be too duplicative, where we ended up with, you know, 10 or 15 more policies rather than just one policy. So that was the thought process. But, you know, certainly there would be some. You guys aren't employees. So there are some aspects of the staff policy that would not necessarily apply to you. But there are other aspects that do. So, you know, if you guys are receiving, you know, gifts from patrons or something for some sort of benefit, is that really any different than an employee doing that?
Right.
I'm not sure. So,
Right. So I really do appreciate the idea of doing this, because it's raised my awareness of some things that I mean, it's not like you can live just being hypersensitive that you're going to do something wrong all the time, but it's definitely good to have an awareness of these things could cause some big problems. I just don't think we're quite there yet on the wording that I feel confident enough to pass something that we're putting ourselves under the authority of. That's kind of where I'm at with it. So I guess if there's specific policies, maybe we should list those. But then the other thing I was reading in the staff policies is like the consequences are not gonna be the same for a board member, so maybe some statement about, I don't know, I don't wanna get too much in the weeds, because we don't want 4 more 19-page policies about
Right.
something. I get that, but it kind of gave me just an unsettling, like, this could go the wrong direction on somebody at some point, so, I don't know whether the rest of you feel that way, that's just my thoughts on it, so.
I understand what you're saying, just because with your email back and it listed 11 different, I don't know all those acronyms of the 11 different things, the AC, CB, GAAE, all of those.
Right.
And then wanted to have a chance to look those up, but I certainly haven't since this weekend had a chance to, so I didn't know what they all related to. I did go ahead and print after Dr. Burke's email came today, the 19-page policy, but haven't even had a chance to read back through that yet. So I agree that I'm not sure what exactly we're agreeing to in the wording that we currently have.
Well, what you'd be agreeing to in the wording that you currently have is that you would be following the same, staff restrictions or prohibitions on conduct or behavior that would apply to a staff member. That's basically what you're doing. And I'll try and create it however you guys want to create it, so I'm not trying to shy away from that in any capacity. You ought to be a little careful about specifying particular policies that apply and don't apply over time, because the problem is then next year you amend a policy and you forget to either add it or not add it. So I do think you want to have it be more flexible in nature, rather than being so tight that you have to worry about, oh, did we modify, policy one, BL, when we did these other ones. So you got to be a little careful about that part of it. But I don't think that, and I guess this is kind of the way you got to look at it a little bit is, if you have policies that you have expectations that your employees are going to follow, I would hope that there would not be policies that you wouldn't also want to follow if you're a board member. Because otherwise, why would you have adopted them in the first place, kind of thing. So, but again, I'm trying to work this the way you guys want the policy to be at the end of the day, and so it can be enforceable and effective for you. I mostly just wanted to make sure that we had something in place or put something in place to make it clear as a district, as opposed to, that we didn't have like a group of agents or people that represent us as district folks that are not governed by some of the same obligations that otherwise would exist. So that was the main purpose.
I understand that. I just think that I need to read through and understand exactly everything that's in it. I think Sharon's point that we aren't employees, but we do need to be governed. I think that there should be, but that's also why we have a board, and maybe I'm under misunderstanding. I tried to also pull up our board policy, our board handbook, and some of it looked like it contradicted that too. So, but I just was skimming at lunchtime today as fast as I could, so I just haven't had a chance to read all the way through it.
What kind of language, I mean, you said you're not comfortable with the language, but do you have any thoughts on what language?
Well,
I mean,
think
because
it's hard if
to
you
just
don't
say
wanna
we don't
get-
like the language and
Yeah.
expect Greg to keep coming back and forth, I
Right,
think it's more
right.
productive, but for us to offer
In some ways, I think
options
it
and
needs
his
to be
opinion.
more specific, but, Greg's saying it needs to be more I don't know. I just thought to say board should be their conduct, maybe it's just a word, because then some of these policies could be easily looked at as conduct. And so which ones of them apply to everybody and which of them are more staff specific? So, but I understand the complications that, I don't really have an answer, is what I'm saying.
So
But
how
I'd
do we
like
move
to-
forward on that? Is what I'm trying to get to, is how do we
I know,
bring this
I
to
know.
resolution? I mean, if we need more time to review things and look at things, that's fine, but I don't want to leave Greg with questions in his mind, you saying, I'm not comfortable with the language, but then he's guessing, which
Right,
it gets into this
right.
bring me a
And I'd
rock
like to hear
scenario.
some input from some other people too, how
Huh?
you guys are looking at it. Maybe you're totally fine with it, but, to me, it just seemed very vague and ambiguous. And, but if you get specific and you list out these policies, because you look at all the staff policies, well, it doesn't apply to all. It's not talking about all the staff policies. Well, which ones is it talking about? Then if you list them, well, then if you delete one and it's still in this policy, then you gotta go back, make sure you delete it from here. So I get that part too. To me, it seems kind of a quandary and then the final thing was this, this statement about the, romantic relationship, like singling that out. I wasn't sure why that was singled out because that is a staff policy, just like everything else. Is this, and I thought, well, maybe it's because that's really the only conduct that is statutorily determined by age, which would be much different in a student, from a student standpoint, because they could be over 18 and it's still bad, it's still wrong. So is that why that was singled out, or why was that singled out in there?
I think I singled that one out. Well, one, I patterned this policy after the, policy that, and I can't remember what the policy letter is for it, for, staff that talked about, relationships with students in particular. And so I included that part of that in there. That is a statutory, crime for, teachers, obviously. So if they're involved in that, that would be a criminal act. And I felt like it was important to include that specifically for, board members, because again, you guys are agents of the school district, but unlike, teachers and the criminal statutes specific to teachers, but I would question whether that could also be passed on to board members and other agents of the school district. So your teachers and administrators are going to have criminal liability under the statute. I wasn't entirely sure when I was putting this together whether board members would also be included under that criminal umbrella or not, but I thought it important enough to say, to make it clear that that was something that would also apply to any board member. And again, that was one that just seemed, I don't know what the right word is, that seemed different enough, and you see enough of those types of things that have unfortunately, I've seen several cases in the last 2 years, so thought maybe it ought to be made crystal clear. Didn't seem like that one would be one that anybody would balk at too much, to be honest.
No, I mean,
You know.
I don't really disagree with
Yeah, I
any
know.
of this. I mean.
I'm smiling behind the mask here, so don't
I'm
think
like,
I just, that's one that, it seems like there's a, pretty, it's got criminal aspects to it, and I thought it was important to make that crystal clear that we've got a policy that says one thing, we want to make sure that applies to board members and other folks as well.
So I think it's, GAF is the staff student relations
Probably,
policy.
yeah, that sounds right.
So instead of maybe the board members are covered or governed in their conduct by the same policies that apply to staff, maybe the same statutes, because then it's by law instead of by policy.
Well, but then you're limited, because there's going to be some things that aren't going to be a prohibition of a statute, but they might be a prohibition of your policy. So again, if that's all you want, if you want your conduct to just be limited to whatever's statutory in nature as opposed to a policy, then that's fine. But if you want it to be broader than that, then.
And I think that that's what we kind of have to figure out is how far do we want to go with governing our conduct? Is it just by law? Do we want to go into policies? How do we want to reflect those policies? This is something I think the board's going to have to decide how far we go, because as you said, there are, we've put in policy what punishments are for certain conducts, which don't apply to us. So how do we apply those same policies to us?
So it's really, if we talk about board members are governed by the same policies, that's why, it sounds like to me like we're getting stuck on the words in their conduct. I mean, does it change it when we say board members are governed by the same policies that apply to staff? What I struggle with is, why are we all of a sudden saying, yeah, we have policies that apply to staff and administration, but not to the board. I don't agree
Well, I
with
think
that.
part of it for me is like the school is not our employer, so, you know, just, there's some of these staff policies that could easily be, considered conduct, like the gifts or whatever. Well, if we, but does it or does it not apply to it? I mean, to just kind of do this blanket thing and then
Why
then
wouldn't
wait
it
till we
apply
have
to us?
something come up that we,
I'm
we-
trying to figure out a situation where it wouldn't apply to us. I mean, the gifts policy would apply to us, I would imagine. Well, it does. I mean, isn't
but
there a
it's
statute?
like gift giving and gift receiving in there. So does that mean that you can't, you know, and really, like, I don't have an issue right now with us, with what we're dealing with. I don't think anybody's gonna pinpoint me and say, you took an ice scraper from the table at the KSB thing, and so you broke our policy, and we're gonna reprimand you for that. But when we set policy, it's for the future too. And, there may be times when, you know, somebody does, it's kind of maybe out to get somebody or something like that down the road. And so, I guess I want to look forward, and that was kind of the thing with the complaints when I talked to Dr. Burke today. I'm like, maybe it's easy for us to report everything we hear to him right now, but when there's 30,000 students in the district.
It would change the policy. I mean, that's one of the reasons we do they're basically on a 2-year rolling cycle, roughly.
You mean the whole?
All policies,
We bring
yeah.
policies to you every 6 months.
Right, but we don't review every policy every 6 months. We review policies, is it a 5-year?
Yeah, pretty
5-year
much
rolling.
5 years.
So there'd be a 5-year time lag between review periods.
And
that would
maybe
be addressed
instead of
through that.
listing the letters, so that if the policy changes, maybe we could just say policies relating to, and do the bullet, you kind of list out the bullying, the sexual harassment, the things that, we want to, and if it's gifts, it's gifts. But there was one thing about drug testing and stuff for staff, and I'm like, are we gonna drug test board members? You know, that could be, you know what I mean? So,
Yes.
I'm not trying to split hairs or be, it's just when we pass policy and make policy, there's consequences, and they may not, some of them may be unintended consequences. So that's what I just want to be confident that we're making a good.
Next actions, this obviously needs to be moved to another meeting so we can have more discussion on it, but there's actions that need to be taken before we get to that discussion item in our next meeting. And so what are the action items that we need to take?
I would hate to put together a committee on this, but it almost sounds like some kind of committee effort to figure out what the conduct that we're talking about is.
I understand where you're coming from now. I finally come around to it. When you spread it out over all of those staff handbooks, all that other stuff, there becomes a lot of gray areas that we don't know about because we haven't read them all. I mean, we have, but not to the depth to see just where each one of those branches is going into when you mention each one of those words. So until we really know where all those different directions go, that's probably the action, is to see just where each one of those end up. And if we're okay with that one, let's move to the next one and see if that's okay too. So, if that makes any sense at all.
Guys, I don't have a problem with waiting until the next meeting to do this, but I'm curious about a couple of things. I mean, first of all, if we're gonna wait, and I'm fine with that, I'd like you to come back then to the next meeting and tell us what is it you're afraid you're gonna violate that you know, that you shouldn't. And secondly, this board has been well served over the years by following the advice of the board attorney. And someone mentioned a committee. I mean, when we have policy questions and legal questions, we ask the board attorney. I cannot think of a single time over the years when the attorney has come to us and said, I feel like the district needs this policy, and we've said no. That doesn't mean we can't revise or wordsmith it a little bit, but I have no issue with this, period. Again, I'm okay thinking it over.
Additional comments? So additional comments or discussion. I think the key is, the next action is that we, review, Greg or Dr. Burke, could you send us, where do you put the fence around it? Is the issue. Because it's basically what you're saying is to review every single policy and see how that will relate to a board member.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, maybe it's just to list those things that we're concerned about, the few things, I mean, it's really the sexual harassment, discrimination, there's probably a handful of things that we're really concerned about.
I mean, and again, I was kind of trying to look, and maybe my suggestion is your board policies are on your website, and the ones applying to staff are on your website. They're all under G. Maybe if you guys go through, and if there's ones you're concerned about not applying to you, you identify those and let us take a look at them and come back that way. But some of the policies that you might think don't apply to you maybe should. So, for example, you've got the one on first aid, and it essentially gives limitations on when first aid is going to be applied by a staff member or an employee of the district, and what the limitations of that are, and whether they're going to use a defibrillator. Well, if one of you guys starts giving first aid to somebody at a football game and you screw it up, guess who's going to get sued? The school district.
Yeah.
So that policy should apply to you.
That's
So, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, some of the things is don't just look at it too compartmentalized when you're doing it, of saying, well, I'm not an employee, so that really shouldn't apply to me. Well, okay, yeah, the Family Medical Leave Act shouldn't apply to you, right? Because that applies strictly to employees and some benefits. The policy on leave, or paid leave, that doesn't apply to you. I understand, I get that. But don't be too narrow about what you're thinking about, because some of the other things maybe should apply to you. And so it almost maybe should be one of exclusion rather than saying that these are the only ones that apply to us. Maybe it should be these are the ones that don't, if you're looking at it that way. I think that might be the better way to go.
So maybe we
Again,
can look at it and
you'd
throw
have to
things
keep
out.
track of changes to those policies over time, and be careful and cognizant that you've got this other outlier policy over here now that you have to keep track of if you do that, as opposed to one that would automatically encompass everything. But
Are there, because it's not really listed under the staff policies, but are there kind of categories for those? Like these,
yeah, I could try to come up with some language. The problem is,
these are employment ones and these are.
yeah, the problem is then you get into this definitional, the same kind of filtering you have with a concern versus a complaint, right?
Right.
Of trying to, I mean, what you don't want to have is, you don't want to have somebody down the line. What you don't want to end up with is that somebody fails to do something or does something that is in contravention of a policy that leads to some liability or exposure for the district or for the individual, and they say, well, I didn't realize that didn't apply to me. That's what you're trying to avoid. So the clarity is important. I agree with you on that. And the default mechanism probably ought to be, yeah, it applies to me unless there's something that says it doesn't. And then, you know, the ones that it makes sense to say it doesn't, like the leave, things like that. You know, we could try to come up with some global language that loops those in, but I'd want to be very careful about how we do that so that it doesn't leave it to the judgment of the person who's reading the sheet of paper to say, oh, well, that doesn't apply to me, that's not it. And this doesn't have anything to do with the topic we're on right now, but the really best example I can give you is we modified the discrimination policies that you guys adopted, similar to what Shawnee Mission and some of the other districts did. And one of the reasons we did that is because the policies that KASB had on that were compartmentalizing out, saying, well, if it's a sex discrimination complaint, you investigate it this way. If it's a race discrimination complaint, you investigate it this way. If it's a bullying complaint, you investigate it this way. Well, when somebody comes to you and says, you know, Johnny's being mean to me, well, how do you know at that point what it is? You don't. And so by the same token here, you just want to be careful about trying to narrow the focus too much at the outset, as opposed to with a general understanding that stuff that's prohibited is prohibited for board members, or responsibilities or obligations might be the more important one, like the reporting, the DCF reporting, making sure that if you are aware of an ESI situation or something like that, that those apply to you as well. And the other component I would suggest, and one thing that we're recommending quite a bit now, is that the board goes through the same trainings that the employees go through for those kinds of things. So the
And I actually thought about that when I was reading
Oh,
some of
God,
these.
yeah.
For sure, I was
Yeah.
thinking, I don't,
No, it's my strong recommendation that you guys go through the Title IX training, the discrimination training, the bullying and harassment training, just like your employees do. And I'm making that to all boards that I work with. So I think that's an important component of it.
well, I would be happy to look at the list of policies and suggest ones that I think should be exempted or whatever from
Not
missing.
apply, yeah.
Yeah, I would be happy to do that. I really wasn't trying to make this about, this is what I want, so I appreciate hearing Eric's input and everybody else's input too, so.
Well, I think we should individually look at those lists and bring them back together and compare them.
And they're all in the G section of your policy list, so they just, there's, I don't know how many there are.
I think that's one of the things that I've never really liked about having letters be our, GAA, GAAB. It's not really, I'd rather see it more like an outline of these are conduct policies, these are HR policies, these are, and have them sectioned that way, more of an outline looking type of thing. Just because then you can say, okay, board is held to conduct policies and the same as employees. Well, then you know what they are. We're not held to the same salary because we don't have a salary. We're not held to benefits, things like that. With the way we have it structured now, they're all over the place. We can't just say the conduct policies.
Yeah.
And I know that's a big restructuring.
Bigger thing than.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're outside the scope of what we were
No,
going to
but
talk
I'm
about
just,
here
it's
this
just my
evening.
general
So,
complaint about how we
so the
do
action
this.
for our next regular stage meeting is that we each look at the G policies, see which of those policies do not apply, or you would interpret to not apply to.
And if it were at all possible, if you could get me those lists as you identify them ahead of the meeting, then I could come back with suggested language for you at the meeting rather than, what's the date of our next meeting?
November 9th.
So by, say the November 5th? That would give, what?
Does that give you enough time?
Well, that's a Thursday before a meeting. Is that enough time? Great.
It's fine unless you guys need it absolutely on the board docs on that Thursday. I don't know when you guys post stuff.
I think it's additional information that you could bring.
If you guys are fine with me getting the changes to you by maybe that Friday instead of the Thursday, we should be fine.
We're gonna go the 4th?
It's up to you. I can get it turned around. I'm
I
just
don't know
saying.
how much time does the board want to have?
I'm okay with the 4th. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I
So,
think that's fine.
and all, our lists, our comments to, Greg Goheen by, no later than November 4th.
And then I'll try and incorporate those into modified language, or if there's ones that I've got questions on or concerns about, then I'll talk about them in the session at the board meeting. If that works for
sounds
everyone?
good. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And are we supposed to email Greg directly, or do you want to go through Candy or through?
It can go directly to,
I think everybody's got my email.
yeah, it can go directly to Greg.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
So November 4th, have your list of those policies you believe do not apply to board members.
This is Candy. I'll send a notice out on the 3rd, reminding everybody, okay?
Sure. Thank you.
We'll have it done by then anyway.
You're optimistic.
I was thinking Monday morning.
But, the other thing about this is it does give you a good opportunity to go through your policies too,
Right.
which you really should do on a regular basis and pay attention to them. So I think that's a good thing.
I think it's about time we have to go through all of them anyway.
Thank you.
Probably next year.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, moving on to committee reports.
This isn't necessarily a committee, but, today Wolf Creek third and fourth graders asked me to do a Zoom meeting to talk about local government, and that was pretty fun. They just asked how the school board was set up and how it functioned and that sort of thing. So it was fun to see all their little faces, and they asked some really funny questions, so that was really neat.
I got to do that last week, and that was a lot of fun. They had a lot of great questions.
Yeah, it was fun.
Other committees?
Sign up is open for KASB convention. It is virtual and it's not on the weekend.
It's December
December 2nd through the 4th.
2nd, 3rd, 4th.
So, there's still a keynote speaker. There's going to be more just videos, not necessarily.
Did you say Eric is a keynote speaker?
No, there's going to be a keynote.
Oh, okay. I thought I misunderstood.
I'm sure Eric would enjoy doing that.
Well, I think you do a good job.
But anyway, if you want to sign up, it's free this year compared to other years. And, I think Doug's gonna be our delegate now, since I can't be.
And second-year nomination.
Yep.
Good. Any other committees?
I will send that information to you. I've got it set up to go.
The KSB information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, moving on to, superintendent reports. Dr. Burke?
You know, the one thing I would say is weather. We've been watching it very closely. Kylie and I got to get up really early this morning, and so hopefully things have calmed down out there. One thing, remember, probably the first day that we have, we will probably take it as a snow day. And I think the board really wanted the kids to have a snow day anyway, so sometimes it's nice to have a break. We have some time built in that maybe some of the Johnson County school districts don't have, and that's because we started that 2 weeks earlier. So we have a little bit of time built in. The other thing that we didn't do is because a lot of other districts started hybrid with their elementaries. The elementaries had computers, things like that. We didn't send computers home. So we've got some days built in. So I don't want people to automatically think the next time we have a snow day, or even the next second or third snow day, that we automatically have to do some remote learning. But I do have some bad news. If the conditions are to the point where we could bring teachers in, there's a lot of work that we really need to do. So I know that there's probably some teachers that are going to be unhappy with that, but probably the first time will be an actual snow day for everybody, but after that, we may be bringing some people in to get some work done. So just an FYI.
So if we were to have an excessive amount of snow days, meaning more than 3 or 5, then we might go to remote learning during snow days. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a number on that, or do we not want to?
We do have a number, but I'm not going to put it out
Right.
publicly, because
Gotcha.
I get enough help already. Whenever,
Yeah.
let me put it this way, whenever I cancel because snow days, I get emails from people that saying that I shouldn't have canceled. And when we don't cancel, I get emails from people saying we should.
Okay.
So, we've got a few days built in that other districts don't.
So in the meantime, we would work to get the elementary school what they needed, just in case.
Right.
And,
If
and
we
then-
started feeling like we had too many snow days, we would start working to get the computers in the hands of the kids and start remote learning.
Okay.
So we've got a little bit of a cushion.
So everybody can keep their spoons under their pillows.
Whatever it takes. And anybody listening, the weather's going to be really good, so we are having school tomorrow. So I know that there's a lot of hope, but from the weather reports that I snuck a look in, and I know Kylie snuck too, we are having school tomorrow. So sorry for people that might be staying up late tonight, but plan on being here tomorrow.
Jason, Dr. Burke, and Mr. Wilson, and I all met with the president and a couple vice presidents. They had first, second, and third vice presidents. I'm not sure I caught all of it, of the Olathe NAACP last week. Had a great conversation with them. They have some scholarships, available, that we'll begin to work with them to be able to provide a few scholarships to our students. I think it's a great program. It's a great step forward. It's all essay-based, and it sounds like a really good program. They're focused primarily on the works of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But we had just a great conversation with, well, there was a representative from Gardner, representative from Spring Hill. We were well represented, NAACP, and I forget the last person. Anyway, we had a good conversation. We're going to check into that program. High hopes of being able to pull this scholarship essay competition into our district. So it's
Yeah,
good news.
they've been doing it with, the Olathe Public Schools for
16
for,
years.
yeah, for, I was gonna say, I think it was, 16 years that they, at a point where they can expand. They have expanded to other districts, every so often, but they want to start expanding it more around the Olathe school district. So that's why Gardner and Spring Hill were asked to join in. So, hopefully this will be an annual thing where they can give out a scholarship every year of,
And build it into multiple scholarships. I mean,
and
that's the
as
idea.
as we grow, as they get more funds, we can do multiple. So, it's a great opportunity for us, or for our students, really.
Yeah. Any other committee reports? We do need an executive session.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I move that the board recess into executive session to discuss potential properties for a new school site pursuant to the exception for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property under COMA. Those to be in the session include Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, and administrators as requested. The executive session to begin at 8:50 p.m. with the opening meeting resuming at no later than 9:05 p.m.
Did you include Mr. Goheen on that?
Not on the proper, including our board attorney as well.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to move to executive session to be conducted to have preliminary discussions about the acquisition of real property under COMA. Candy, please collect a vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
6-0 approved.
I move that the board approve the contract with Day 3 LLC in the amount of $3,822,000 for the purchase of real property.
Second the motion.
Can I interject here? Do you want to be specific about the property or leave it unstated in the motion?
Just for real property.
Okay?
Mean the address?
No. Is there a difference, Candy?
Greg, do we need to list the actual property name or?
Size.
Location or something.
The contract is not up on board docs for the public to see?
Once we approve it, it will be.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did we have a second?
Yes, Brent seconded.
Moved and seconded to, purchase, real property from Day 3 LLC, as stated in the, motion, and the contract to be placed on in a public location on board docs. Any final questions or discussion about this land purchase? Candy, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt?
Yes.
Mr. Updike?
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to, an additional executive session. We do need a second executive session.
Mr. President, I move that the board recess into executive session to discuss confidential student information pursuant to the exception relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma. Those to be in session include the Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, and board attorneys. The executive session to begin at 9:20 and return with open meeting resuming at no later than 10:30 at this place.
This is Eric, second.
It's moved and seconded to move to executive session, to discuss confidential student information pursuant to the exception relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma. Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt?
Yes.
Mr. Updike?
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
6-0 approved.
We're gonna go down to Insight.
to, executive session for student under coma, student discussion under coma, to be no later than 11:10.
Second.
So second, to move executive session, for discussion of, student under coma. Candy, collect the vote.
We'll take the vote with Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Extension till 11:10.
Back live. Eric, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Move to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Done. 11:09.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric.